I love my lazy monkey. The Guten Tag. The Ohio. The Gomoko. And all those other various time zone specific greetings. Dio amore. It's the Nympheus. Hello, hello. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I'm just, sometimes I just cannot help myself. The opportunity presents itself too much. It is the Emmy of the lies. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Not too much triangles. Not enough triangles. I think it's not enough triangles. I need more triangles. Everyone needs to summon a triangle. Which is the code nicely. Hello again. And welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, welcome. How am I? This is a good question. I guess I'm in a pretty decent mood. Feeling kind of alright. I woke up today with like a little bit of a sore throat. That kind of went away after a little while. That leaves me slightly concerned. I don't know if I've caught something or not. The triangles Triangles are not freezing. Triangles are working perfectly. I think I ended up sleeping a few extra times. So I fall asleep sometimes, and then I wake up, and then I fall asleep, and then I wake up. They're moving. They're moving. They are definitely moving. Consider my triangle, which is the one on the left side here. It looks pretty still. But previously, it was like in the middle of the screen or something. Like, I think my triangles was hiding out in the chat box the last time. Look at that nice, slow, unstable orbit. Basically, probably, maybe, probably, perhaps. Are we doing full screen? A full screen capture with Maxwell Cat? Yeah, I think maybe we do. Full screen Maxwell. I don't think I have that. We have like the cat spin standard, and then we have like the like an inset one that has like a GIF. Normally, though, we want the one with the 3D. The good kitty version. Angle of the cat is every which way. Yeah, technically, the third value is kind of pointless because that's the axis of rotation. It is kind of useless. It is optional. I'm too good at reading brains, apparently. To read minds, apparently, sometimes. Maybe I'm just too. Maybe the great minds think alike or something. Maybe this is something of the case. We're starting to accumulate tabs with this project a bit. A great many tabs. I should get rid of some of those. Sway readme. Let's get rid of those. Actually, I think I might have needed one of those. I don't remember. I think it was WL roots. I was looking at what their dependency graph. So I'm like, what do they use? What are you? Contains various hardware identification and configuration data, such as PCI IDs. And look, it's all of the PCI database. Like all of it. So if you ever wanted to know what that doodad is, based on its PCI identifier, hardware data has you covered. Probably. There's kind of a lot of options. It's moving again. OUI. This is a 5.55 megabyte text file. Heard you like OUIs. So we put all of your files into like this giant file. It just keeps going and going and going. I mean, seriously, have you ever heard of XLNT Designs Incorporated? At 15050 Avenue of Science in San Diego, California? Site with all the UUIDs? Yeah, I've seen that. If you thought hardware IDs kept going and going, that also keeps going and going. Kind of reminds me of the Library of Everything. Have you seen the Library of Everything? That place is trippy. They got all the USB devices. Why am I looking at these? So yeah, that's sort of a thing. What are you? Lib liftoff eases the use of KMS planes from user space. Users create virtual planes called layers. Set KMS properties on them. Lib liftoff will pick hardware planes for the layers if available. And then something. Something. A little bit of something. And then this grabs display info, as the name might suggest. The lack of sound is concerning. That gets true sometimes. That is true sometimes. Just the abridged water. Hello, hello. Probably right though. I don't know what some of those things are. For I am just a simple fox. That doesn't know much of the fineries of life. Chartreuse. If you have login D, then get the debug stuff. Oh, I'm curious there. This thing is highlighting these zeros and these slashes like, very, so much, too much, Also, I found out why one of my keyboards doesn't work / show up. Because it doesn't work at all. It must have stopped functioning. Because pressing keys on it doesn't do anything. And go figure. So if I like unplug it and then like, plug it back in again so it starts up. Maybe? Or is it just broken? The lights did the thing. Now you know keyboard. I think this cheap auxiliary keyboard is not keyboarding anymore. And not because I hit it either. Although that certainly doesn't help. Nope, I think it's software. I think it's software related this time. The system just doesn't want to initialize this stupid thing. How am I gonna put this back together? The space bar fell off of it. It's supposed to do that, right? Get in here. Don't fall off. I hate these stupid stabilizers. They don't... I've been putting this on the right way around. Close enough. So I don't know what's going on with that keyboard at all. There's a color named Chartreuse after the drink. The green Chartreuse is the first. Is that even what the color is? Is the color even green? Is the circle even green? Never enough green? Maybe not enough green, I don't know. Input event codes. Sin uses marker to separate events. Just gotta synchronize the events. Hmm. Very, So I wanna find out like which input device is which, basically. This is the objective. I think this is gonna be the objective. Determine the input devices. Alright, so, what do we need to do here? I guess we'll be looking at class inputs. Which is full of event objects, input objects. And the event objects, these are things that we're actually like looking at. So we get like the device nodes for them. Maybe? I think what's interesting here is there's some input devices that aren't really associated with an event node. Let's see, now I want to look at one of these events. And then we want to look at, I think, the device. Well, that's peculiar. It's a little bit peculiar. Maybe not the most peculiar thing ever. As far as I know, this is a link.
You're a little bit peculiar.
I think a link to a thing. Link to a thing. Alright, so we got device. Maybe. At least most of these have a device. Like, why does event 10 go to device input 32 and event 11 go to input 10? Oh, that's a little weird. Oops. Right, oops. So we got device, so all the event things should have a device. A device somewhere. Maybe like read link. I'm gonna read the link. I'm gonna hydrate the Maisaka. Is this empty? I think it's empty. I thought I still had water in there. Well, it looks like I need water. I'm gonna go grab myself more water. Ooh. Did I get anyone? Did we get anyone? Yeah. I've returned. Got myself a little bit of hot drink. I got myself more water. For all of my assorted hydration needs. Anyways, where was I? I was looking at these devices. Let's pick on, I don't know, event 0 device. Capabilities. What are the capabilities of the device? Those are things of some kind. Not inhibited. Some sort of mon alias. Whatever that is. Properties is 0. I don't know what that means. ID, that just sort of identifies the thing. And then what is this? This is like where it is. Path? That looks like an ACPI path. I don't think I care about that. This has some slightly redundant information. The lack of immediate values. You have to plan your values. You have to plan out your values. Or you have to put your values in the appropriate places ahead of time. Although I would say that the like inline load operation is probably the closest thing to that. But still, you have to like put stuff into registers so that it's in the appropriate registers. Takes an immediate value. It doesn't take an immediate value per se. But like I mentioned before, if you want to load a value, it comes after an instruction. You can load from like the instruction register sequentially with increment. And that's about the closest thing to like an immediate type thing. PC relative loads for the win. Kinda, sorta, probably. Hopefully I didn't break that use case. Write a custom interpreter that runs native. Reads a program from memory? Load a new program? You just overwrite the memory. I mean, nothing's stopping you from doing that, I suppose. Just the Yuki of the VT. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. You know, we definitely gotta shout out the Yuki of the VT. That's important. Absolutely. Yuki works on like a variety of esoteric and interesting projects in both the software and hardware realms. I patched the load PC trick. To be totally honest with you, when I originally wrote the specification, I wasn't planning that to be like a thing, and then I sort of realized it after the fact, and I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of a useful mode. Which is why it's not really highlighted very well. Same thing with like the conditional expressions. I was like, I did not plan on like conditional branch instructions that were like dedicated. The JavaScript OS. Is that going to be controlled with a gamepad? I mean, probably not. As you very well know. As the Yuki VT may very well know. I have a lot of projects. A lot of projects. we've shifted slightly to my 3D engine. Because I've been thinking about building a windowing system and using my 3D engine. It'd be like, here's all the devices. Can read input from them. Make all the windows happen. So, of course, if we're going to have a windowing system, we have to be able to recognize input devices. And input devices apparently have properties. Maybe. Maybe. Can we do base name? Make this a little bit less eek. And then I want to read the device properties. All of the device properties are 0. Well, that's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. Oops. Oops. What are you? What are you? What are you, event? We gotta window the windowing. We gotta window the windowing. We gotta open the window to the window of windowing. I almost wanted to put the word window in my title today, but I couldn't think of a good way to word it. Get some of that window of opportunity with this. It's a number. It's a very number. It's definitely a number. So let's see, what are you? You're supposed to be like a keyboard. So if we look at all the capabilities. We get some things out of key. We get some things out of key. What about mouse? What does a mouse look like here? Some relative. Some misc. We got some event. We got some key. Sort of figuring out experimentally if I can figure out how to enumerate all the devices. Although maybe I should just have all the devices. Just open all the devices. Cross my fingers and hope they like output the right things? No, that wouldn't make any sense. That would not make any sense. Today's drink is like it's like a decaf coffee. Because that's the only vaguely coffee flavored thing I have. It's kind of okay. Kind of lacks all the effectiveness of like actual coffee though. And when I go to drink it, all my eyes look all wonky. For the win. Driver specific implementation. Looks like kernel stuff. Yeah, I think we just care about the user space. Joystick API. Device drivers. Input event code. A multi-touch protocol. Well, that's pretty fancy. You know, somebody in the Linux environment, they went through and they made ASCII art of a game controller. And this is just in the documentation. That's not half bad. They even put like a line because they were trying to make their buttons be a little bit more enclosed. The grips are a little bit. Meh. But what do you expect? We got force feedback for Linux. Let's go through I/O controls. There's more ASCII art, but you can't see it with the dark mode thing. Or is this just like regular graph? These are just like regular graph. Graph no work with the dark thing. Playback effects with write. Upload effects with the I/O control. It's a lot of things that I don't want to deal with right now. U input makes it possible to emulate input devices. I actually might need that for a different project of mine. I was reading about it before, and then I was like, that's kind of a lot of stuff that you need to do to make this work. Put that off for later. And then we didn't touch it again. The ships. They floating? I guess you could say that they are like drifting. They drift. By default, whenever they're like spawned into existence, they're given a random rotation and a random velocity. And the engines are off. But if you manage to turn the ship on, you might notice there's a triangle parked over here. I say parked, but really it does kind of move around. This one is that's like mine, and it's kind of drifting. I think slightly, I think mostly to the right and slightly up, so it will like migrate across the screen. So I think that's what direction it was going. I feel like I should be reading the include file. Technically, there's one for each viewer. If you choose to spawn one, you have to run pretty much any VM command that will like touch the state of the machine. Each ship is controlled by like a virtual computer thing. But there's also a few convenient commands that let you just summon it and like set its color. But you do have to explicitly summon it. Otherwise you don't have one. So if you have not summoned a ship before, and you wish to contribute to the continued chaos of the stream, you can summon them with the VM summon. Or you could set the color of it with like the VM color and then like a CSS style color. Or if you are extremely ambitious, you could write the Wave 2 assembly language that's required to manipulate the ship color. Also, as a little side bonus, you can spell color with a U as an alternative spelling, and it's totally valid. Support all the flavors. We got that multinational audience. I'm not gonna force my spelling of color upon you, because nobody can agree on it. I mean, hell, I usually spell the word flavor with a U, because it looks more accurate to me for some reason. You have been poisoned by the programs. You have been poisoned by the programs. Unfortunately, there's so many ships that you almost have to like pick multiple colors in order to like figure out which one is which. By the way, there is a color register in like the ship's I think it's in the flight module. And you can write different color codes to it programmatically. I don't know if anyone is ever going to attempt that anytime soon. But you could, in theory, make the ship like flash multiple colors on the screen or something. Destroyer. What this? Fluffy cat has jumped up on me again. Am I gonna have to like capture the kitty cat? I'm gonna lay down, kitty cat. She's the Azure Empress. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 welcome. How was the stream today? How is it going? Some of that Elden Ring. It's dropped in at like what I would call the perfect time. The kitty jumped up on me. Might get some kitty cat action. How did the Elden Ring go? Ugh. I just, you know, I vacuumed my desk for the stream to get all the cat hair off of it. And now we got cat here again. Meisaka? Because it's Meisaka. Meisaka is like the name. The full name. It's not like, it's not an honorific or anything like that. Dev-san. Ay, yeah. Does this... No, this scene doesn't even have the cameras on it. Right, I'm gonna copy, paste camera. Down here. Maybe? Still very red. See, I want white lights. And we're gonna look at kitty here. Bite me? But bite me for? Bite me. I can't even with this cat sometimes. I can't even with this cat sometimes. So fluffy. Why are you so fluffy? You're gonna be so naughty, Fluffy. You're gonna be such a naughty, Fluffy. Do you want a brush? Can I appease you with brush? Get cat hair all over the keyboard again. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, that was a short visit. No more cat? Yeah. Yeah. It's a fuzz. I just float away. Eat that. Eat that. Okay, let's go back to those crazy evil red lights and then we'll turn this off, I guess. A minimal amount of additional cat hair, I think. None. Sometimes I'm like, if I had one of those silly honorifics, it'd be something like may suck a ton. It'd be like E. May suck a nuna. I don't know if I ever heard that one or not. Kind of rare, I guess. Anyways, what's we got? What's we got for whatever this input file is? Decent resource. Decent high quality resource. Have it on repeat. I kind of do. Because there's a lot of song. And it's kind of ambient. Like ambient. Plus, it's still sort of fresh to me, so I tend to listen to stuff on repeat while it's still kind of fresh. And just what we do here with this. Get absolute, set absolute. The latest reported value for an axis. Guess we're doing C++ now. Because we're working on the what's it called? This project is called Key Engine. It's one of a couple of different projects that I rotate through. And it's written in C++. Because that's what I started writing it in. Have I ever mentioned, like, how ridiculously old this project is? I have heard this term before. I was like, why don't I recognize this? Oh, because it's Korean. I have a lot less familiarity with Korean. COBOL. It's not COBOL old. But, like, it is, from what I could tell, like, I can find, like, date references for it back to, like, 2010. I might have started it earlier than that, though, but I don't remember. Oh no. Kobolds are attacking the village. I hope they don't segfault us. What kind of IO controls do we have? We got driver version, device ID, repeat settings, device name, physical location, unique identifier, device properties. Not sure what the device properties are. And what's this? This is multi-touch. That's a thing. Are you get global key state? Get all the LEDs? Get sound status, switch states, event bits. Absolute value limits. Grab release device. Revoke device access. What is event mask? Specifies which events are forwarded to the client. That clock ID for timestamp. Devices for filter effects, something like this. Force feedback effects. So I kind of feel like there's metadata about the device, and it's probably in either event bits. Global LEDs. I don't know what that's all about. Or it could be part of device properties. But I have no idea which one actually contains things. No idea. Where's IO Control 5? I guess it's not a thing. I guess there's some holes in the definitions. How many values or properties are there then? I don't know. I don't know. What if we try to like query these and then display them or something? Like IO control the descriptor, and we do IO control get property. And then I don't know how many properties there are. I have no idea. No clue. None. You're gonna be like, I don't know. Input properties and just have like an array of however many there are. So there's like 4 of those. Probably. Use key. I don't know. I keep importing that. Yeah. Alright, what do I want? I want the return value and then probably like all the property things. We're just gonna shove all of this into a function output thing. Function output thing. Yep, I don't know though. Global key state. All the LEDs. Event bits. Now that's probably like this pile of information from, I don't know, sys fs or something. Let's build this thing. Bless my file. And then we run it. So somewhere in here. We get result 8. I guess that's what, like the size of the returned output. I'm guessing. I should not be guessing. Now this reads mouse events. complete with synchronization. But it doesn't block. It doesn't do the non-blocking thing. Why do you not do the non-blocking thing? Hey, is this supposed to be like non-blocking 0? I don't know. I don't know. Oops. Input. Input still gets stuck. So it clearly does not do what I want it to actually do. It gets stuck blocking for things. Very eek. You do not understand how the rune works? Why do you not understand how the rune works? Sort of very eek. Where's my description? That silly window. Ay, 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 ay. So we don't really state this, but like you could mix like regular hexadecimal with the control runes. Just by the way. So what are you? 100, and then you're trying to skip forward by n. Which points at for like the banked memory region. And then there's another one which skips forward by the same value again. That would what, skip forward to like 200 or whatever. It's the Sergeant Pepper raid. MAIA. Hello, welcome. Hi. Hello. Like, as far as I remember, it's supposed to support like, what's it called? It does kind of expand on this. Prefix is 0 to 3 hexadecimal values. So you can only you can only enter like up to 3 like characters or whatever. No longer AFK. Yeah. Hello again. What was Sergeant Pepper up to tonight? What we building today? Welcome, welcome. You've caught me in the middle of an explanatory rant about Stream Gizmo. But apart from that, I've been like working on my my engine, my 3D graphics engine thing. We got the player character movement going. Got animation control using Godot Rust. Oh yes, I sort of recall seeing that in your title earlier. Fun. I've never tried to use Godot from Rust, so that sounds pretty. No, we didn't do the shout out thing yet, did we? If you like programming in Rust, got that Rust, you should check out Sergeant Pepper sometime. Chill dude. Good programming. Lots of Rust. Ow. Ow. Ow, my shoulder. Oh, what did I do to my shoulder? It just popped randomly. It's kind of eek. Baby Yoda? Bonus Baby Yoda? Gotta sip tea from the cup or drink. It's not tea or drink, it's just water. Get yourself a chibi version of Baby Yoda. Here, I thought Yoda was already a chibi. The Linux developer assumes he's already a chibi. Anyways, welcome. Hello. And very well. Something? Word? I kind of derailed all my thoughts. Yes, what was I talking about? We were talking about the stream gizmo. A little bit. For the raid. I got this thing called the Wave 2 virtual machine. And it's like this sort of retro-inspired 16-bit SIMD virtual computer. And every member of chat has access to spawn a spaceship that is controlled by one of these computers. Which are what these little colorful triangles are all about. And you program the thing by like sending special chat commands with assembly programs like pre-built into like some sort of hexadecimal binary encoding. It's a very kind of bizarre, very esoteric project. You can also just interact with it with a few sort of simple commands. Just like make this bigger. Like if you just want to have a floaty triangle on the screen, you can do summon. And then you will get your very own floaty triangle. And you can pick a color. You have to specify a CSS color. Notice the distinct spelling of all the parameters. It's a bit of a gag. They are both totally valid. So one of the things here is that normally if you just like spam a huge pile of like hexadecimal and in the chat and you just like glue all the letters together, there's occasions where the Twitch auto moderation thing will flag random symbols in the middle of the program. So to sort of work around this, I picked a bunch of like runes from like the Elder Futhark, and we assigned sequences of them to like equivalent hexadecimal values. So you can use those to like evade something. Oh, you know which one is yours. You don't. That's the beauty of it. Unless you were to program it, the only way to tell which one is yours is probably to like rapidly change the color of it. If you spawn it with like summon or something, it should default to being like the equivalent to your Twitch chat color by default. Assume you have one set. Otherwise, it's just like whatever. And also, if you summon them by default, they're usually spinning and drifting randomly. So there's a couple of them on the screen that do interesting things. There's this one here. That one's mine. It kind of slowly orbits the stream over the course of a week. I think this one up here has been drifting around. That one is, I believe, Nympheus. Said the color changed. Double runes. No double runes, because that would require too much encoding space. There is a slight optimization for like zeros or something. And then there's another one somewhere in here, and it's doing something kind of funky. Where is it? This one? Yeah, it's right around here. It's drifting around with some kind of program going back and forth. Pretty wild. The others are just kind of like spinning randomly out of control. Also, hello, and welcome to the fuzzy algorithm. And to answer that question, no, as of yet, they cannot hit each other. VW summon. Volkswagen summon. Very E. Suddenly you summon a bug. Anyways, we have these encodings. And then I was thinking of ways of like trying to cut back on the number of values being input. So I came up with this sort of simplistic, almost compression type thing. So this lets you like move around in the address space a little bit. You can like skip over previously input values. You can like we got left and right aligned. These are like if you have something it needs to be like just have 0 prefixes or suffixes. They don't save much space. And then you can also just like do 0 fill. And then you can do repeat, which kind of is run length encoding in a way. It lets you repeat values. So yeah, we got a couple of examples of writing things. Nympheus was trying to run some rune commands, and I noticed they were jumping forward by like I don't know, a substantial number of addresses. So normally if you do a VM write, it starts at C0 and will start like overwriting the registers. And then you can just continue writing values through like private memory. But we have this thing here called end of preloadable memory. Which is like where you can actually write stuff with the commands or whatever. There was also supposed to be like a paragraph about it. I don't remember if I had that in here or not. Oh yeah, up here. Within the memory map, the preloadable memory is a block of memory that can be written using VM code or VM write commands. It is generally non-volatile and can be expected to be persisted, unless you delete it. For all the rest of the memory, you have to access it by running actual program code. So if for some reason you start to write like outside of the preloadable memory, then your writes just kind of get randomly dropped. They don't go anywhere. You have to write your data into the private memory and have a program that copies stuff. The write commands. Yeah, I think when I wrote this description, we didn't have any of this other memory, and I don't think I really described it too much. Definitely not very clearly. I'm surprised you didn't just put like a 3 rune in there. Just try to skip forward all in one command. Because the skip function, this just changed like the what's it called? The right, the what is it? The right address pointer or something. Sort of like a virtual address pointer. And it writes to things. Blue? I think that's this one. Drifting kind of crazy. Twitch API doesn't allow adding a hint to a deleted message. What exactly do you mean by that? Very. Also, where did it go? Did it drift off the screen? Or is it that one? Maybe that one, I don't know. Moves the message, adds a hint. This is not a very good example of a way of doing it, because if you delete messages, that gets treated like a moderation action. That can sort of have like some wider implications on Twitch. Also, Twitch chat, for those who don't know, is loosely based on IRC protocol. I mean, it essentially is IRC protocol, but with some special stuff tacked on. And IRC normally does not let you delete messages. It's up to the client whether or not it wants to actually delete a message. Although I think the Twitch IRC protocol will give you an event which is like, oh look, this message was deleted. If you could so kindly. But message deletions are treated as like moderation actions, and that can have some very nasty side effects, I think. Anyways, yeah, the write commands, they can only write to this like preloadable memory segment. Which is like all the registers, all the like thread private area, and that's about it. It is very much a deliberate design decision. So that you can't like randomly write outside of the VM space or whatever. So as far as like messages go, we kind of like filter a subset of them out of like the on-stream chat box. If you run a command, most of those get caught. Not all of them. There's probably some merit in adding like a blanket filter to some extent, but I don't know. It's kind of complicated. Maybe Mesaka Chatbox version 3 or whatever can include more features like that. It's an Astatin gem. I cannot pass up the opportunity to shout out Astatin-chan. It's an ad break. Can't miss the opportunity. Stare at ad break. Giant yellow Mesaka stare. You didn't need eyeballs anyway. Run ads whilst ads? That does not work. If you run ads, if you run the ad redeem after an ad break starts, then your request to run ads gets put in a queue because Twitch actually limits how many ads can be run. I think the delay is like 8 minutes or something. It varies. It varies by some amount of time. I don't remember exactly what. Good night to the Linux developer. Very E. Some regions don't get the ads. You should just consider yourself lucky. Some regions get all the ads. Like, I don't know where the cool coding cat is from, but they get all the ads every single time. At least that's what I'm told. So yeah, if you run the ads redeem, but the thing is already running ads, gets added to a ads queue, and then when the ads queue timeout goes, then it will actually do the redeem. And it's something on the order of like 8 minutes or something for the automatic ones. Wait, did I drink enough water? I forgot. Well, now I did. Upon successful completion, IO control shall return a value other than -1 that depends upon the stream's device control function. Otherwise, it should complain. Error. Fault. I don't really know which class of device is which, though. That's not really well defined. Other than, like, sort of looking at the IO event properties or whatever. So right now, like, I've kind of been... I need to start that sentence over. I'm trying to figure out how to enumerate various input devices based on their low-level device nodes or whatever. Yeah. Or possibly the stuff in, like, the sys file system or whatever. Which I don't have. So we got things like capabilities, which are, I think, like the different flavors of event types. So this device, for example, is a mouse, and it has some subset of EV, which are sort of like generic events, I think. What's that? Input event codes? Device properties. That would explain why all the properties are 0. So I assume that's the order that these are in. Print. Let's see, base name. Okay. And I guess the path itself. A base none. I'm so good at typing, apparently. So I'm not really sure how these correspond to these, or even if they do. Oh, we got a bunch of different values. A bunch of different values. So let's see, I want... I think the event bits. I want to get bits. And then we want to give this an EV. I don't know, EV rel? EV key? The EV LED? MISC? EMS power absolute. Repeat sound. Switch. And this switch. It's kind of a lot of these. Why am I doing this? Copy and paste is real? The copy and paste is real? We can just take all of the event codes or whatever. And we make like an array of them. In fact, we could even go so far as to just like copy and paste. Okay, that one's not even a real one. So we just want these. This is faster than trying to guess. Get a few of them wrong? Because you know I got a few of them wrong. And we'll stick comma. And we'll just join them all together. Yep, that's fine. Sure. Int K in. Yeah. And then we'll do a span. And we want to get bit. And then we went to print. It'd be nice if they also had like the name of the identifier, but that's don't know if I want to do that. So we run this, it spits out a bunch of data. Some of these error out. Are you power? FF status? Rep? Either because they're too long or they're the wrong thing. Can I like get one of these? Tis the myriad of the minds. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. Tis the May of the Saka. Now, where that device information at? Are you invalid arguments? Can't argue with that argument. Scary macros. So these scary macros. We're looking at adding support for the Linux input devices to key engine, which is sort of like my generic. I don't know. It's like a 3D engine for things, lots of things. Thinking of like making it into like a desktop environment almost. Or maybe a game. Or maybe both. But we want to add I want to add support for like the raw Linux input devices. Just use like these event protocols. And the event devices, they have all kinds of inputs. There's all kinds of different input event devices. So I'm sort of trying to figure out like what's the best way to go about figuring out, I guess, just which one is which. Be like, which device is which? What kind is what? Somewhat indeterminate, though. The which kind of what? The what, and the who's who, and the how, and the where's where? Where's Wally? Let's see here. If R is greater than 32, then we'll print out another line. Everyone asks where's Waldo. Nobody asks how's Waldo. This is a very good question. The real questions that don't get answered. Properties. These should get like 0 initialized or something. You know, part of me doesn't like having to like run a bunch of this stuff. Oh my god, why are there so many things in here? Why did I not structure any of this the right way? Very eek. How silly would it be if we just skipped all of the graphics initialization? Be like, you can be option 3. Do nothing. Don't initialize. There really needs to be a better way to initialize the different modules of the engine, I think. This kind of just proves my point. Yeah, we should be able to load these, interact with them, sort of, directly. Without initializing all the graphics subsystems. What the heck? This one still has it used up all of the data. It used all of the data. Increment by 4? Increment by 32. Increment by 4. How much data does this one particular event thingy? Or I guess, what is it, keyboard event or something? I guess we found the limit. There's 60. That's a lot of data. Anyways, I was looking at input event codes because I wanted to know like which symbols correspond to what. So we got synchronization events. I guess these correspond to the different ones we can receive, which are what? Report, config, MT report. And then something else. A lot of data. Is it big data? Some kind of data. Definitely some kind of data. How much of these, let's see here. Each one of these has 64 bits. This, oh, I can't move that. I was looking at that. I was looking at that. Is anything up to 64, 128? That's gonna be the keyboard stuff. 256. More keyboard stuff. 8 buttons. Generic-ish buttons. And then we get to what? Are you bit 16? I think. We have mouse. Mouse left, right side, extra forward task. Just like 8 different events. So this thing highlights a bunch of other bits. Not the data lake, not the buckets, anything but the buckets. So I guess this would be generic data. Relevant for a mouse? I guess, maybe? And then we got relative axes. We got x, y. None of that, none of that. None of you, but you do have a wheel. No dial. We do have wheel. Again. No misc, no reserved. Wheel high res. H wheel high res. So one might assume that this is a device that sends all the mouse buttons and has all the like mouse wheel relative inputs. It's probably a mouse. What are you? Absolute misc. Let's see, none of those. If scan. I don't know what scan is. I have no idea what scan is. No idea. Sound, click, bell, tone. Auto repeat values, delay, or period. I kind of want to take these and make some sort of big table of values or something. A big array of values? That would be kind of fun. Trigger happy. There's so many. So many. Too many. Key reserved. Press the reserved key. There's no reserved key. Anyways, what I want to do, I want to make I guess, an array of values for the different kinds of events. So maybe they should be separated differently. It's got the kind of events, and then we need to get maybe like this list of the event names or whatever. So we could make array. We could make structure. Maybe we make structure. And the structure is going to have an int, the event kind, and maybe a constant character, pointer, constant pointer. Where are you pointer constant? Character constant, pointer constant. Which is normally not how I write it, but today I guess we make an exception. We have bit names. And you can be an array. Array of strings. Which means that I have to like fill in all of these somehow. That's not eek, I don't know what is. And maybe we also have, I guess, the category name, which I sort of wanted to stick in here earlier, but I didn't. Oh dear, that's my alarm thingy. That's kind of important. That'd be kind of important. That means that I have to like run out for a quick minute. By a quick minute, I mean like 30. The beacons have been lit. The beacon hath been lit. I am being called to action. Yeah, unfortunately. So yeah, if you want to take a break, if you want to get up for a hot minute, this is the perfect time to do it because I will probably be back in 30 minutes. give or take. Ooh. I've returned. Ay. Ay. Maximum spook. Probably. 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 Right, so I was looking for patterns. We're looking for all sorts of patterns. So Hyanyan Teren. Hello. Or just Kian. That's a lot shorter for sure. Hello, hi, welcome. Right, what was I doing? I was looking at these. I was making a list of them. I was gonna put the list. I was gonna fill in the list with all the different things that can be input, but I don't think I actually need to do that. I think we can just fill in a subset of the events based on I guess what the device is, kind of. It's possible to like fill these in empty array objects and then put words. And then I guess null is a good value. Argue error. Initialization of a flexible array members. Something. Is not allowed. It'll be that way then. Oh, I'm gonna write it like so. Then can we point you? Or do you complain? Alright, you know what? You're just gonna be that like that. Then we're gonna do pointer pointer. We're just gonna do pointer of pointer. Can we do that? Can we fill these in now, or are you? Scalar initializer. No, clearly not. Are there better ways of doing this? Probably. Am I going to do the better ways of this? Probably not. Just skip all of he for now. All buttons. I want these list of relative axes, I guess, kind of, sort of. I only want to add comma. And I want all of them to be lowercase. And this should have an S on it. Yeah. But wait, there's more. There's reserved. Hopefully don't have any gaps in them or otherwise. Eek. While. Wheel. My res. We got here absolutes. Misaka doesn't deal in absolutes. We got switch. Switch names are actually kind of one that I'm curious about. Nams. Nams. I'm good at spelling sometimes. lid shut. Oh, let's do these comments. Tablet mode. A headphone. Maybe radio. Deprecating. So we get rid of that, then microphone dock. Line out. Physical video out. Lens cover. Keypad slide. Proximity. Rotate. Line in. Pen. Machine cover. Admittedly not very useful for my needs, but I don't know, curiosity gets the better of me. Just a little bit. What are misgivings? Serial pulse LED gesture raw scan. We cover those. I don't know if we cover those. We got sync. We got keys. These kind of include like mouse buttons and stuff. We got relatives. Relative axes. Absolute misc. There's something in misc that is set, but I don't know what it is. I think it was scan. Probably. Just the comrade's soul. Hello. We could put some of these in here. Then there were LEDs. LEDs are not pizza. Maybe we make these lowercase. I didn't do that to some of these other things, but that could be a thing maybe. Sleep, suspend, mute, misc, mail, charging. What even are some of these LEDs? I'm just gonna copy this. It's reasons. We have delay, and you have period. And then power doesn't have anything listed here. What, only slightly, event? Maybe we get event? Maybe the empty ones can be null? Instead of whatever that is. Yeah, whatever that is. So I want to display this with like the name of the device. Category. Device category thing. It's definitely a category thing. And then we want a pointer. Like if you are a valid pointer, then I guess we will point you at the array of pointers. Probably. So you should be like, what, the first pointer, I think. Probably. Why I do that? I don't know why I do that. I think we want to dereference one level. I think. I think. Oh, I don't know about that though. I thought that's maybe enough, right? Right? Maybe? Probably? Maybe not. We got bit index can be what? 0? Word index, you can be 0. So when I read input property word, at the word index, and if that has something in it, actually, I think all of these could be size. That's probably fine. Or this one could be uint 32. I don't care. I don't care. I don't think it matters much. Let's see. Then we want to keep track of whether or not the word that we have has the bit, the appropriate bit set at the current bit index. Then we print it. Let's do pre-increment and then be like, if you're greater than 63, word index, we'll give that an increment. And then we'll set that one going back to 0. That should iterate through all of the bits. And print out a very, very highly verbose 1 item per line thing for each kind of like device. Just a little bit eek. Sometimes I wonder if it might just be better to read everything from the sys file system or something. You know what I just noticed? Add thing is broken. Why is that broken? I think Twitch is broken. It's the MCA, please. The DMCA, please. The police. Don't DMCA me. DMCA me. DMCA. I didn't do it. Really, really? It's not my fault. Segmentation fault. It's kind of oof. Dropped null. Imagine null. That while loop is copyrighted. That while loop is copyrighted highly integratively. Oh, there's the ad break thing. I was like, where did that go? It was broken, and I guess it's there now. I don't think I did this right. You know? When things start seg faulting, you know you did it wrong. I got the first 3 items correct. That's about it. Okay, what if we dereference that kind of its null pointer? I think we got a break. In other words, we do this. In other words, I get to rebuild my changes. In other words, I gotta bless the file. that actually did something. Kind of. Sort of. A little bit. I don't know about this error code. That's kind of sus. Are we trying to run minutes of ads during the ad cooldown period? What kind of reward is that? It's kind of like a bit of a vicious reward. Like, why would you click that? Why would you meaningfully run minutes of ads in the middle of the stream? Well, now in like, I don't know, 6 or 7 minutes when it goes off cooldown, it's gonna happen. Eek. It's mildly more effective when it's not in the cooldown period, but, you know, it can't be perfect. Actually, the last break was at, what, 4 minutes ago? 3 or 5? I don't know. I don't know. But somewhere in the next 5 minutes, that redeem is gonna go through, and yeah. I mean, if you read the description for it, it's even like it's a thing. It's like why would you do this? It knows. It says redeem. Just like, do you want to redeem this? 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 Do you want to redeem nothing? Twitch doesn't know what the redeems do. They have no clue. How about this? How about this? How about this one? How about the prisms? Nobody does prisms, right. Not the nothing. Not the nothing. Anything but the nothing. Imagine if nothing actually did something. How crazy would that be? Just a little bit of nothing. Wait, where are these values coming from? Oh, you're the object. Not the object. We want the object name. Yeah. And you're supposed to be also a string. Okay. T. T. What if I don't have any tea? What if I have to get up and make some tea? A better way of getting this file descriptor. How many characters do I type in a day? I don't know. I don't keep count of that. Definitely don't keep count of that. Okay, I don't get why input thread always being like you have no inputs. I almost feel like I should do this sleep operation or whatever. The select. That's select. Yeah, select. Else Millie sleep. Yeah, we'll do this. And then I guess we'll just layer this if FD is set. Then read from it. I guess if I don't want a layer like that, we could be like amount. Read thing. What an FD is. What an FDS. An FD. Short for a file descriptor. It's just a number that Linux gives you whenever you open some file or handle or something. And then FDS is an FD, but plural. Because there's more than one of them. It's a bunch of file descriptors. It's the Lotus Christian. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, welcome. I guess it's about as good as time as any. You like get the stretch break out of the queue, I guess. Okay, this is like not. This is not reading anything here. not getting any events out of this thing. That's sort of eek. They're like an F. Non. F underscore. Non-block. I don't think so. I don't know if I did this right. How do we non-block a file? Is it, can I give it like a 1? If it crashes, I'll know. No crashy. No crashy, but no events either. No crashy, no events, no select. You know what I have to do? Be like FD plus 1? Is it requiring? Require you? Okay, it's FD plus 1, I guess. No, it shuts down cleanly. Yay, I did a thing. Perfect opportunity for a stretch break. Perfect opportunity. It shuts down correctly. Being able to shut down correctly is always a good sign, right? Right. I think so. I think so. I made myself a cup of tea. A cup of tea. This time we have Earl Grey. It smells very citrusy. Just a spot of tea. Orange bitters. I don't have any orange bitters. When it comes to things make drinks out of, it's really not a whole lot of options. Do something about it. I don't know what I'd want to do about that. Can I eat? I was debating whether or not I want to add any like sweetener to it or not. And I'm like, it's kind of good as it is. I don't think I need to add anything. So I won't. Anyways, we got mouse. A mouse has a certain pattern to it. I got keys, mouse buttons. I could classify buttons in some way. Maybe. Maybe, probably. Yeah. A vertical gaming mouse. That sounds kind of ridiculous. I'm like, if it doesn't look ridiculous, and it has enough buttons on it, I wouldn't actually be opposed to like getting one or considering getting one. But the mouse I have is decent. It's just you could use more incline. Would you believe that I actually used a vertical mouse at one point? I was like, that's not half bad. Of course, I was kind of like, I don't know if I'd actually get one of these or not. I have to like change my mind or something though. 5-button mouse on its side. Well, that's kind of boring. I'm kind of boring. Maybe sometimes. Slurp? A slurp? A slurp? I have no idea what you're talking about. That looks like the thing. That kind of looks like the thing. It's a mouse. It's a cube. It's glowy. Of course, they'd make it glowy. Wake up to the slurp. A USB port? They put a USB port on the front sideways. The Road Runner. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, welcome. I think I'm good. I don't know though. I think it needs more buttons. If I were gonna use it. That's what you got. You got tilt wheel. Probably. Maybe. They don't really show off whether or not it uses the tilt wheel. All the specifications. There are 8 buttons. I don't know where all the buttons are then. Yeah, you got your 3 regular buttons. Got these 2 side things, which are maybe single buttons? I don't know. And if you got the wheel that goes like 6-way. Oh, that'd be like, what? Click, click, middle click, left, right. It'd be 5. And you'd be like 6, 7. And I guess there's either this button up here or some other button on the main panel. I don't know. I don't know though. Also, hello and welcome to the Christopher 1955. And the Road Runner. Underscore, 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 underscore. Someone's a fan of underscores? Did I get all of them? Oh, there's 6. I only counted out 5. Another underscore? To be fair, my fonts are different sizes. That's gonna be my excuse. That is gonna be my excuse, and I'm gonna stick to it. So, anyways, my program, I guess, can consider something a mouse if it has relative X and Y axes, and if it has any mouse buttons. That's all you need for a mouse, right? some relative axes, and some mouse buttons. I think all of this should also go in like a interface device library. Which I definitely did not port over at all. There's stuff in here. But that's a little bit specific to like, I don't know, the raw HID spec as opposed to like this EV device spec, which is a little bit different. Just a little bit different. I do kind of want this in another file though. If it's gonna be obnoxious, the amount of things. It's kind of a lot of things. It's kind of sort of a lot of things. Yeah, what do I want to do with this thing? This abstraction. What abstraction do we need to apply here? We need, we need. Wait, where are the HID things? Linux HID input. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing here. Kinda. Kinda, sorta. Except without whatever the hell this is. So, get rid of all that. Slurp. Too many slurp? Never enough slurp? Int. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Small slurp. Incomplete slurp. We're not trying to slurp it. Necessarily. Very eek. I don't even know what these are for. I don't care. I don't remember. I don't care. What I do know is that on Linux we want Linux input. Probably. Probably, and then we want to find this thread thing. Oh, we got a couple of threads. Device scan data. Device scan data. I guess I'll grab all my random constants and stuff. And we'll put all those in here. So we can make them all static. Make you static? Can we stick static in here? No lamp. It's allowed enough. It is allowed enough. Scan device. Just grab all of this. Give it some sort of inputs. Maybe I'll close that little window up there. Maybe, probably, perhaps. Scan device. Now I can call this. Probably. And it should probably work. Probably. Maybe. Probably. Does seem a little bit improbable. Okay, maybe it's a little bit not quite. Because we need span a non-void function does not return a value. Well, return values then. Very a null pointer. A hand without fingers. Or maybe it's a hand that points into the void. The yawning wide void. And you're just pointing at it and being like, look, void? Null and void. What do we got in here? Read devices. Read devices. Read devices. Although I can't say that I like how I structured any of my input system. It's kind of not very good. It's kind of not very good. No, and behold, Takeda Harunobu has appeared. Hello, hello, hi, welcome. A much thank you for the head pats. What do we have here? What do we have here? What am I trying to do exactly with this thing? I think we want to... Maybe I come up with some sort of string. Maybe. String of view. My favoritist items in the whole widest world. My favoritist? I mean, totally not. You have IO control. Yeah, we have IO control. We have IO control, and then we want string. I think we want string. Key string? Maybe. What are these? Event codes, I think. If you're not empty, add space, and then we can append. I don't know, pointer. If you're not empty, then we want to display. we want string view from codes. Probably. Probably. Or maybe we want one of these. That might make more sense. Possibly. Surprised I don't really have one of these things for what's it called? Just regular string objects. But then again, I'm not all that surprised. Then again, I'm not all that surprised. There's lots of times where I make silly kind of decisions. I suppose I could make one of these for strings or something. String objects. Or I could go like full C++ style or something and make a formatter engine that does interpolated strings, turns them into templates, and it turns the templates into like template data structures with like pre-designed insertion points. Because that wouldn't be crazy. Now would it? Clearly not. Okay, so we got all the input devices. So I guess maybe. Maybe we have some sort of system to like read all the input devices. All of them. The entirety of the list of them. Although I still might want to condense some of these systems a little bit. Like if we have pointer being null, then I want to display all the numbers. Probably. Otherwise, we could just display the name of the operand or whatever. the category, the event name, whatever this, whatever it is. As for whether or not that helps, I don't know. I have no clue. So now we got a little bit more concise of an output, but not by much. Not by much. I suppose if I wanted to, I could make it more concise by excluding all the values that are just unset. I love being concise, don't we? I'll just put these together, maybe. Unsettling. Unsettling. I don't think we're unsettling the values. That might be kind of evil. Hello and welcome to the Ray March. The infamous Ray March. Infamous. Since when is Ray March infamous? I don't know. Beware. Beware. We need to shout out the Ray March. Infamous graphics programming enthusiast. Got people writing Bevy and SDL integrations. That's pretty fun. That's pretty exciting. That's pretty something. Pretty next gen. Next gen. High end. Technology. Got that state of the art. Got that state of the art SDL3. It's very next gen of me to say next gen. Very E. Maybe, maybe, maybe not. see, I want these relative values. Probably. Probably those. I probably want a convenient way trying to open the device event nodes. The device event nodes. Well, all of those. All of them. All of them. Or you could call read devices. A bunch of these functions. They're from the other implementation, and I don't think they exist. Yeah, we don't use that one. Init call scan devices. Get data. The data, the data are very well not very well abstracted at all. You can tell that I did not write any of this in a very cross-platform manner. Anyways, I need one of these arrays. Just like some array of like devices or something. What are scan data? Node data? I don't even know. I don't even know. I guess you would be like all of the devices or something like that. Not that it keeps track of things very good at all whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Because that would be too easy. That'll be way too easy. Speaking of things that are probably not very easy. I don't like having to continuously, like, change the privilege level or whatever. Also, hello and welcome to the Penguin Operator. Hello, hello. Hi, welcome. Let's see, I want... If I want, like, a list of all the devices... For example... For example... We could wrap open... We could wrap libseat slightly, I guess. See, is there anything in here for, like... I don't know, setting up a custom backend or something? Probably not. Probably not. Anyways, I think device scan data is probably going to be like the device itself. I'm guessing. I guess yeah, that could be the thing. That could be a thing. So we could give you file descriptor, device ID. We could say hello, hello, hi, welcome to the team of this. We don't even use those fields. I'm gonna get rid of those. I'm gonna get rid of those. we get rid of those. And then it's sort of a matter of, I guess, providing device scan data or something. A little bit or something. Maybe we put this in the init function. That could be a thing. The init function. Just the function. It is the function dial. Dene. Diane. We need this. And then we need the active. The very active. The not so active. The not enough active. Yeah, maybe that. Maybe some of that. And then, and then, and then, and then. Usually this could be false. It's a bit of a mean space collision if I ever saw one. Yeah, but that doesn't matter much. Yeah, nobody cares about that. Clearly not. Clearly not. Rename you seed backend. Delete all you, so you become a static variable. I need to include more stuff from Linux for F control. I think. file control. And then... And then... And then... What do we do? Read devices. Read devices basically needs all this junk. Where's read devices? Read devices is up here. Okay, you don't need to exist in this function. You can go down here. You probably don't need to exist in this function. I don't know what you do. I don't know why this is part of the public API. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what I was thinking when I wrote that thing. So you are part of shutdown. You are part of whatever it takes to read devices. And you are also kind of related to reading devices. Actually, where are you declared? Where are you declared? Let's make you wool. And this one, I guess we'll change this one for cross compatibility. Probably. Alright, so somewhere in the setup, the init, the function in it. I need to scan the device. Yeah. Yeah. More device. I think maybe it's far enough. The song. Don't think you're gonna get much difference out of the song. It's a bit of a doozy. Alright, so we call this, before we start the thread, that's a little bit it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Although it would make slightly more sense if it was on the thread in this implementation. That doesn't need to be in here. I think we can leave init over there. I don't know if I will work this commented out block of junk. Maybe we just delete all of this. Because this exists in the other file, I think. The other platform file. So it should be fine. Could be drain message loop or something. Probably. Alright, now we're just gonna shove all this stuff into structures and hope it exists. Starting with all of this nonsense. See, we don't need that because we have pointer. Pointer knows all. So you're the key seat back end thing. I'll just null it out if it errors or something. It's -1 and sets error number. I want to know why that would error. Best kind of prize here is a surprise. It's the same song file. This case where we have actual data, I think we're gonna keep that one. Mega. Slightly delay incoming raid notification thing. Why does it do that? Why is it slow like that? I will never know. I will never, ever, 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 ever know. But hello and welcome to the gift weed. Hopefully the factory has grown. Hopefully it has gone good. Good and substantial and factory. It was the factory, right, still? Because you've been doing, what, like vanilla space age or something? Last I looked. Or is it just vanilla? I don't remember. I don't know if I paid enough attention to Tal or not. Gotta shout out the gift weed. This is important. Very, very. Going for the Steam achievements. That would explain some. That would explain having vanilla. Get all the goodies. All the goodies. All the things. active. Enough active. What do we call active? We call this seat active. Wait a second. Wait a second. I need to check this back end thing. If that's null, that would be not good. It's like I don't need to check that anymore, do I? I do though. We really have to though. If you are joining me, we're working on the 3D engine that I've been writing. It uses like Vulkan and C++, and it calls all of the various like APIs and stuff that it uses on a sort of fundamentally low level. So right now I want to access what's it called? Input devices on Linux. Oh my God. So to access like the raw input devices, you have to open like these device node file things, and then you can get like events, as they're called, from the devices. So like on my system, for example, this input event 8 device is the mouse. So if we open this device, we'll get events from the mouse. When did I stretch last? I don't know, activity feed says it's like 2 hours ago, so I'm gonna say that that's pretty accurate. I think I'm inclined to believe that thing. I think we need to like add some sort of flag scanning the devices. Probably. It's false. Does not equal false. It equals null. And then you're gonna equal false or 0 or whatever you are. Hello and welcome, hello, to the trade splatter. Keeper of the wingdings. The Keeper of the Wingdings. A very highly honorable title. I don't know if I can access these things across threads or not. I would assume that I could. That might get interesting if not. Anyways, I want to be able to read all of the devices, all of the event name things. So, in order to do that, in order to make that happen, I think we could look through all the devices in the input directory. Unless there's a convenient, like, symlink or something in the sys file system, but I don't think so. So I could open dev input. We're gonna open this read only, and then we want to open this in. There's a special mode you have to put it in. I don't know if it's in here though. One hour sunset in Tokyo. Tokyo. It's an old directory. Yeah, that's the one I want. contain a file descriptor that can be used for two purposes. Indicate location or operations that act purely at the file descriptor level. We can stat file, get file descriptor flags, file status flags. Opening a file with path requires no permissions on the object. Uh-huh. Yeah. Anyways, we need, what is it, gerund. Probably that. Although I could just call like open directory and then get one of these objects directly without having to wrap it in a thing. That might work better. Coffee. I don't have any coffee. But the closest thing I have to coffee is like decaf coffee. That's not quite the same. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Not at all. More tea? I don't know if I want more tea or not. Nobody bought more coffee. If I want coffee, I have to get myself coffee. And I'm lazy. I am beyond laziness. When it comes to going out and buying stuff. Very eek. GR 64. You read GR N 64. Something like that, and then we want input entry. And then we grab whatever the hell it is. Name? Build a drone that goes shopping. That is both very extremely complex and mildly expensive. Sort of. Evil? Could you imagine if like some big hulking robot drone thing came down out of the sky, landed in the parking lot, deployed a smaller wheeled vehicle that drives into a store, and the little vehicle in the store like grabs items off of the shelves, sticks them into a cart, takes them to a checkout, gets someone to scan them. Because you know I'm not gonna send a robot drone through a self scan. That would be kind of eek. I find it very eek. It would make it take kind of a while. So much eek. It's gonna make string view. Bugs? What do you mean by bugs? Why would there be bugs on a VTuber? Unless you mean like literal bugs, creepy crawlies. Some people put creepy crawlies on their VTubers. VTuber models. My Sokka has no bugs. Clearly. 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 Obstructing the camera does nothing. Nothing at all. Except it makes me freeze in place. And then it's like, whoop, you came back in frame. The reason I hang sometimes is because there's a camera, a single camera, and that's what's preventing tracking. So if there's anything between me and the camera, then I might just be like, yoop, and stuck in some crazy pose. Yoop. I'm doing it deliberately. But also, like, if I drink something, like my tea, that covers my face. And there's not too much that I could do about that other than, like, adding a ton of cameras and then trying to do multi-point tracking, and I don't want to do multi-point tracking. Or rather, I would love to do multi-point tracking, but like I don't have the resources for it. I need like a string view over this. Moreover, if I do... starts with. Starts with? I think we could do that. I think we could do that. And we could do string and length. Entry, directory name, what are you, 256. And yeah. And then we want, what, close directory, and put directory. I think, actually we'll put that down here. Put that down there. How did it get down there? Long song. It's like a collection of songs. A little bit lengthy. Just a little bit. We're gonna grab this prefix here. As a string literal. String literals. String view literals. These are like my favorite namespaces ever. I don't know why. I don't know why, but they are. So can I have the like leading slash there? That might be useful. That might be useful. Maybe, probably. Does this thing like have any member variables? I don't think it does. Don't think it does. So if I want to open these by path, what we would do is get input prefix, resize to the input prefix length. Append the input entity view thing. Entry view thing, actually, maybe, probably something like that. Also, this has to go in a block. This is no break. I'll go a forever block, actually, maybe. Maybe, probably. Or we could do input. Sure, that's an option, I guess. That's fine, maybe. Oh my god, it ended. It's finally ended. We had it on repeat for most of the stream, though. This is kind of how we went. Kind of how things went. So we get this entry view or whatever. If the input entry view starts with event, and we want to do all that stuff. If it does not start with event, we want to continue. We want to go to the next entry. Otherwise, we want to open the event file. Oh joy! As for which device may or may not fail, nobody knows. We don't need to print that out. Anyways, we grab the open file thing. I guess we're gonna do our little scan here. Read devices. I guess we could put the libseat open device stuff. Maybe in read devices. So putting it here. But technically it would need to actually go in both places. Or maybe it goes in its own little function. I'm not sure at this point.